There we go. We got a three-person wave. Evening, everyone. Where's the thing go? There it is. Oh, why is my camera all off center? That's weird. It's like somebody hit it. So, how's everyone doing today? It's a good wave. Might be just a little too early for some people on a Sunday night, but I don't know. System save created. I have also been very tired and hot today. It's been a muggy day. Gotcha. In save autos feature. Press any button. Wait, what? We got an options real quick. I've played the trilogy before, which is why I'm streaming the Chronicles, because I've never played the Chronicles. And I don't think anything from the trilogy is required. Wait, what? That sounds boring. Okay, so there are two games. We're playing the first one. Resolve. Adventures. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. I actually didn't know that was the name of the game. So I've played most of the mainline entries. I've never played these because they never came stateside, so I don't know much about them other than they take place in a different period of Japan, I think, or whatever. No, you're fine, Sor. We actually hadn't started yet. That's kind of what I wanted to give people a little bit more time than normal before I started. So let's have a look-see. I know how to play Ace Attorney, but I've never played these ones.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Understandable. I don't think you need to know much about the series to enjoy these entries. Also, somebody got dead.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Wait a minute, I thought is that the protagonist? Oh man, we already starting off guilty. The Adventure of the Great Departure. I can't read that other little ribbon. I don't know why they're British if Japanese. Oh god, the sound. Oh god. November 22nd, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judiciary defendants antechamber 5? Because Western influence. Japan became British. Man, see, the British always taint everything they touch. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors of this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Oh god, hello, you're intimidating. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares. Murderer. Uh-oh. Sorry. My name... Oh, my lord. This is gonna be... He's for sure an anti-press. My name is... Rune... Oh, my god. How am I gonna say... Oh, my god. Right? Is it Rainusuke? Rainusuke? Ryu. I'm gonna call him Ryu. Naruhodo? Naruhodo. Ryu no Suki Naruhodo. Ugh. Goodness. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. I don't know what that means. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! Someone said. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I am this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. Are all lawyers samurai in this era? No, right? And yet I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right? Ryunosuke. Oh my god, I'm gonna have a hard time saying that. Why do they still have swords if they've shown a gun? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers the past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. Just shoot him. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me! I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent. Ryu Nosuke. I'm not saying that right, I'm sure. Kazuma Azogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. Wait a minute. He's breaking the walls! The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. You must be new to Ace Attorney. No. I've played basically all of them except Investigations 2 and the spin-offs with Professor Layton. It's been a while. Oh, Sora. Oh, okay. As if we were indoors. Yes, Ace Attorney Physics. There you go. Or Capcom Physics Prep. Yes, that's when all this started. Honk. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know! I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. Kasuga has the best face. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. Well, it's probably what's keeping his bandana flowing in perpetually to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean, to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. The British Empire! Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be gone. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. And then I killed a man. British. You don't pronounce the T in British. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? I don't know who's speaking. Yo, pretty lady. And freaking intense-looking gentleman. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. He's a professor, apparently. See, I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. No, don't leave! Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. She's no Maya Faith, though. I mean, I think she's prettier, but that's just my opinion. Oh, we're going to talk to an intimidating professor man, aren't we? Ugh, this is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry! You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. What the heck was that? Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotova. I think that's how you'd say it. I am professor of forensic medicine at Yuma University. Professor Mikotova. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Are we also in the lawyer school? As though he has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Oh boy. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, so he's been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked. Oh, that's not good. I like that ding sound. The sound effects in this series are always so good. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable circumstances. This step letter. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. What? Oh my god, this music is intense. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. Alright, yeah, we're not really getting the gist of it because we're the defendant, which is not normal. So I'm not giving the rundown of anything. I'm not the nervous lawyer in the chair right now. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before everyone else. You must say, I do. Wait, what? I do? But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. This is already making me nervous. It would seem our stipulatious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point when advocating for the likes of you anyway. Wait a minute. This is it. if this trial goes badly, because of his dreams and study abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lie ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Okay. Well, we are the protagonists, so we're probably choosing to defend ourselves, which sounds incredibly foolish. God, that sound is so bad. 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judiciary, courtroom number 2. So this is a courtroom. It's not normal for the defense, is it? The Supreme Court of Judiciary. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. They're soldiers! Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded this be a secret trial. A secret trial? Excuse me. A trial that's closed to the ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. My AC. That's just a fan, is it? I apologize if it's too loud. What? But why? That'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Unosuke. It's about to begin. Oh my god! It's him. His face kind of looks like the palm. The court will now hear the trial of Rinosuke Nahodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? Oh boy. Hold on, let me mute this phone. I don't know why all the notifications are going off, but oh my lord. This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. What if it wasn't? But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Answer I do! We were told! Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Yes. This is so dumb. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryu Nonosuke Nahara, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? Well, my opponent's Pain. What are you playing at, Runosuke? Professor Mikotova just told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. Phrasing. No, it's not like that really. It's just that, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotova shouldn't have snuck his nose in. His eyes are unsettling. Whose eyes? There's a lot of unsettling eyes. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. That's kind of...
Well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Judging by the fact I'm speaking for him. The protag, okay. How can you even do that? I'm not sure which statement that's directed to. Isn't that so? Naruhodo-san. Like, I'm gonna botch that every time. Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. Yo, he's Phoenix's ancestor, right? There's the sweat. In fact, my mind's got a complete blank. Well, I haven't looked at the court record yet. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Ha! Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court.
You can in America. You have the right for self-representation. It's just highly unrecommended.
You must have perpetuated a most heinous crime indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judiciary of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Well, you really have made a mistake here. Dr. Clear in this game. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that even mean? Oh man, I forgot basic English. He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. I actually had... Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. Ugh, I'm so nervous. I can't remember that. I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryu Nonosuke. I'm saying it wrong, I bet. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information of this can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. Yeah, the button prompt's not on the screen. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of R. Not right now, though. If you ever find yourself you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press R for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. There it is! This is the list of evidence you've collected. Try switching to people instead with R. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. Eugene Mikotova. Takashuchi Okuchi. I don't even know where the pun is in there. I know it's pain. The lead prosecutor Hayes, who would appear to have little love for the changes the cultural reformation has brought about, of course. John H. Wilson. Victim of the case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at Umi University from the British Empire. Is there any more information? Apparently not. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found on the court record. They hid that from me, so I couldn't find it beforehand. Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press X to present. Try it now. Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Umi University 3 years ago. Generic white person name. John can't be any more standard than that. Ouchie? Indeed, which is the reason why this case had such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. I don't think that's historically accurately named.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil.
Ouchie. I understand is our name. I didn't read what he said.
Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor?
Ugh, but I did do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. You know how that works. Huh. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. We should all be more freaking gung-ho against the British. I agree with Kazuma. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. God, he's bugging out! The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not very every day you get to visit a high-class Russian restaurant like this. Means I see. See you in class tomorrow, then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at the university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously, that was... Renosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. Unless you're just blindly throwing things like the prosecutor. We don't have to worry about that. But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's death, and select present. Do it now. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused from loss of blood from a gunshot chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body.
Yes!
Yes! Well... He looks... He's starting everything. According to the documentation, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot. Bro, what are you trying to say? That is... Oh, it doesn't even say. I can't... Or does it? Okay, it isn't here. Fatal hemorrhage... Is it hemorrhage, I think? From peculiar ballistic trauma. No exit... It's okay, brother. I can't pronounce things either. I thought I knew that, but then I see it and it doesn't make sense.
Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it?
Don't bully me! I can't read! Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Well, that doesn't seem very accurate at all. Sounds like we have a flawed court system. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime.
It's like irony or something. Oh, leave it to Capcom, I'm sure.
You can clearly discern such scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. Shot from the front of the chest and subsequently died. So that's a photographic print. What's it make different from a regular photograph? I don't understand. Well, that's something I've never seen before. Something tells me there's a lot of things you haven't seen before, Renosuke. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. But what era are we in? Maybe cameras haven't been fully invented yet. Or they're like a weird thing. Anyway, okay, hi. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Oh, man, he's gonna praise the sun.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, you ought better apprise the court of the facts of the case. The prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
Oh, this is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotova? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can select as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asoki must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? That's a phrase. Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Don't talk smack about the headband, bro. It's the butler! You know the rule, they always do it!
Witness, stamp your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satoru Honosaga. I am the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. La Carnival! God, I love Capcom. Oh, the frick, he's bleeding! Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really, really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels and to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, in a and
I don't know what that word is.
Occidental eatery 3 days ago.
Understood? Hosonaga-san, will you kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident? At once, sir.
And no pithy interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day of question. We have a few diners at that time of the day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there was only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. When I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery, a gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. So you didn't see anything? If we found the victim, an Englishman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes.
Hold on, let me just clarify something here. Well, I did pick up a gun I found laying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur!
But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Radnosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here today in court.
I said it wrong. Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. It isn't? I don't know the details. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, This music. He was sitting with someone. There was a woman sitting opposite of him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting. But still, what should I do? I'll wait and see. I'll let it... This is not cross-examination time. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. And it's okay. If your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? Well, I suppose I am. I'd never have gotten into university otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
Well, no, I'm a student. But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you've mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the events is hazy. God, no. The freaking eyeglasses thing. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. Well, we already have a liar here. This guy's just like Sora, constantly bleeding in the freaking anime shing glasses. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. How well thought out and prepared. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment ale drawn by yourself, I presume. Adjust glasses and blind everyone. Shing! That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. What do you mean? These are chairs! There's no people in this picture! Is this a Japanese translation thing that just did not work well? Because I don't understand how... As you can see, the gentleman was seated alone by this rough sketch on the back of my business card. Because waiters carry business cards around on them. The X is alone. Okay. I get it. Well, you're certainly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Seems to have shaken him. Oh god, stop. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Dude, stop! Okay, I don't need to watch him cough for 30 seconds.
So, the court has now heard a recess of the case.
Hold on, I want to see that card now. Can I look at it? Let's see. Kitchen, entrance, magnifying glass. He's dying of 3D. What? Hold on. I don't really know what I'm looking for. Maybe I should just chill out and stop trying to solve the case before the game happens. Sorry. I've had head on cough up blood. So, okay, yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. I spy with my little eye. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. How much more merciful can you get for a murder sentence?
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of this case to the court.
What do you mean, unsworn? What does that even mean?
But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
Oh, okay, so we're just putting the kid gloves here. Well, you can't get much worse than guilty. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? He's gonna tell you, like, well, you're innocent, aren't you? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Bro, wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Are you daft? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it. Professor Mikotova said it. And so is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. That's loser talk, bro! Pull up your pants and go! But we didn't do it! So the truth must be there. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary, including my katana. That's why I have it. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Or are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Rinosuke. Hiya! The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Dang, he's got more balls than I do. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchie, please continue with the proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
Yo, bro, keep that to yourself. I don't want to know. I could be your angel or your devil. Ugh. The pains are always a pain.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever! The prosecution calls its next witness.
Kazuma, bro, best bro. I like him a lot so far, too. Very well, officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Wait, witnesses? As in plural? Who do we got? Oh, hello! Why do they look so weird? A lot of weird people in that restaurant yesterday.
Witnesses kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Is this a new mechanic? Multiple witnesses at once. That's new. Yes, sir! The great Nippon Imperial Army's Sigrun Lesanosa? Reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles and equity from the affluence of our nation, Nippon. And I conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises on the 2nd District. Curio at your service. I can't read! An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
Literal pinhead. Who you call pinhead? It must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I aberrately take the tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios of which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. I can barely read it. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets the Carnival because of his high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, the sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now you both witnessed the precise moment of this atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black uniformed rogue infantry over... What was that noise? Did you hear that? It's like a baby crying. There was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir! Oh, this man's it is impossible to understand as the other. No, I could understand him at least. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during the last thing he said. So did I! I'm glad it wasn't make-believe. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, you didn't do it, did you? Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir, sir! There's a baby here! I hear it! Is anybody ready to report, sir? Unsavory memories of the most epic afternoon. He's got a baby on his back, doesn't he? What the witnesses saw, dude. I was instigating a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of the particularly fine golden currow to the military gentleman. At that precise moment. There it goes again. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. The back? I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious Kuro. Well, I already found the contradiction there. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed a vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon on the victim. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir. He pulled out a sword! The wicked lady university cadet, sir. That cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true? It's okay. Yes, all I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. Why would you do that? After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. What is happening? And then when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed the English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Wait, what? I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, BANG! This music is good. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there was a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Runasoka, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now!
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony of the court eliminates any vestige of doubt. Excuse me? Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Yes! I'm guilty! The awkward hand raise. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh? How did he know?
The prosecution objects. This is clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Because it was so commanding. Yeah, he just got told by a freaking child over here. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Rinosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right? Evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Rinosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then, so there's no boom! Why not the desk work? Why the desk not work? It's all or nothing. I've always wondered how Phoenix makes the desk go boom. Man, imagine. Well, this is all... Okay. Okay, so I don't really... I'll just go ahead and press. Why not? Yes. I'll test some things out. I'm not gonna... My god. Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? Sweet son. I actually hadn't thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then. Dude, don't raise your hand. This beefsteak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? What? Tension! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. Food could receive medals of honor. Beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. Oh my god. Stop raising your hand. This cutlet you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Dude, what is happening? This is what happens when you press on things that don't matter. Tension! A cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it! Yes, sir, I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. Are we... Oh, please. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? Negative! Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Wait, what? I just got an award for pressing a statement. Okay, well, I'm not gonna send us here all day and doing all the... Okay, next week. Okay, give me some more on this. I want to hear what he says. So, you're saying that you actually saw me at the time. Affirmative! I saw you. Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on an English civilian. But that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm it's just 1 point, please. But what's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. No, sir. Ah! And blah! My sixth sense. Are we accepting psychics into the court system now? Why are we asking about food? I pressed the statement that didn't matter. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of the murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Dude, why does his mustache look like freaking triangle shades? Which means... Just a second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible. The mustache gives him the sixth sense. Do you think I'd have got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well... It would seem his soldiers absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. Well, this is not good. The black uniform already fired the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little Reezer hold the phone. Okay, so hold on. There's what I was looking for. To the chest, did not pass through. Silence, heathen! Oh, I don't even know what to do next, do I? Okay. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting this wad of papers in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. Slap. Yes. Slap. There's a clear inconsistency here. Thank you. I think the word you're looking for is contradiction. Capcom loves that word. What nonsense! What can this document possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, man, did I not think this far ahead? I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. Well, thank you that they actually gave a reason. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. Ugh, this is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. Oh. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Oh, dude. Oh, there we go. I like the pose. This guy is cool. I like his haircut, too. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance into the post-mortem report presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Lisa Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? That statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Dude, just... As is clearly stated in the post-mortem report, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. The bullet did not pass through the body. The photograph print of the victim clearly shows the same thing. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah! Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, there's the baby! Oh, oh my God! The baby! The baby. What the? Bring that child to court! What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. What is that noise? The baby killed him! Yeah, did I hear the wham again? I can't hear. There's a noise in the background. Certainly there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Yeah. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge. The eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. The baby. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Lisa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
Ah, that's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw was simple. There is no place for amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Yeah, drag him!
Yeah! Yeah!
Inconsistencies here. I'm getting medals. He's looking at the achievement. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. He's a fraud. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Yo, roll the credits. He said it.
But I definitely saw him.
The university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, didn't see the moment the victim was shot either.
Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, but what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
Treasure?
Indeed! The coupon! My prize coin! On each occasion I visit the restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute, in hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my hostly treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, there was no more. It was no more. He simply vanished. The coupon vanished. Looking around under the table, I was in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened.
BAM! And mon legacy in here. You heard the gunshot, you mean?
I did, but I heeded it not. I was concerned only with finding my absconded hosty treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No?
No.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious Koshi Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin from himself.
As he looks away! It was the baby who did it. Anyway, as I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send in a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver on a verdict on on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchi?
Why not, Your Excellency? The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will soon find a wolf at the back.
What kind of analogy is that?
My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally dispensable defendant, Ryunosuke Nohado. I can't say words either.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well. Look at the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as the Chronicles glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Waiting to testify, sir. The baby is so cute. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir! Name, Ido! It would seem those straps are a sign of a sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Oh, it's so cute, though. I know. Tension! Your father's about to kill the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Oh my god. No, it's the nose bubble baby from the Wind Waker. Dude, this is getting silly. I love it. The baby's so cute. Oh, I can't. Anyway. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing, except it's not, but okay.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in the black. Myself, I didn't say. Must say, did say.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out! This child is mocking me. These testimonies are certainly compelling. Yes, they are! Wait, that's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all!
Please, enough of these outbursts already!
But there was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. Ugh. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
This is photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel. It's a single stake.
Indeed, of the table at which a victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. The photographic print of the crime scene has been altered into the blah 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 of the court record. Thank you. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. Unless they're being implored to be silent. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. The waiter looks awful sus. But that's not true! I saw her! I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we've just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are all very sensitive political times, as we know. Ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. Means that I, Tatsusuke Ouchi, will be contributed to the amity of these two great empires as an honor.
Oh man, there it is. There's the head grab. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Rudasoke. It's not over yet. Listen to the headband. It speaks knowledge to him. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know how, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? We want to get you put in jail as quick as possible. Please don't inconvenience us anymore.
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Ugh. Okay, so I've got to prove. What do I? Okay, so hang on. What do I have? Okay, death a little after 2 p.m. was caused by bloodshot, not passed through the body. No exit wound, shot from close range, so that's not changing. Goodness. Okay, so there's the bullet hole. Business card still. a second. I can't see the best rest of the steak. Why am I grasping at this? Okay, so hang on. Let's just start pressing some information, I guess. What is going on here? Alright, so let's just see what he's got to say. No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't even fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of an uninformed officer was that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it's an undeniable fact that I did blink. This is so dumb. So there you have it. Have what? Attention! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Is that so, Koritsuka-san? He didn't say. Oh, it's just blending into the next piece. Okay. Okay, let's press. Let's press.
Yes.
One person present. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I'm growing a callus in my ear. Ew. And yet, no one appears to have even caught even a glimpse of this woman. Ugh. There's only been more people dining there at the time. Then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner at any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. True. Note these were a reason why the victim was eating at the time of the day, and why he was alone. Well, he had a different time zone difference. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? It was found in the victim's jacket pocket. Oh, we got new evidence? New evidence? Oh, my chair is breaking. What is that, counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It seemed that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hata Clinic? That sounds awfully familiar. Yes, there would appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think? Minasoke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report? Yeah, well, it means it's tutorial. Let's do it. It's not going to hurt anything to be there. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are as of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are as concerned is up for us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible venues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request.
Ah! Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's the most disturbing trend.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. I need to look at that. There's sure there's be something we need right now is new clues. What do we got? What is this? Medical report card. Okay, I can't examine it. Let me see. Is there just no further detail? $67. Okay. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. The education if I was blamed for murder. Right, I hear you.
Ha! You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt. Well, that's up for me to decide. Feel free to radiate that for the accused, Kurakata-san.
Well, none other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. If I cycle through, I get a hint. Sometimes I do that. Excellent work, Runus. Okay, you've gleaned some new information for now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Yes, please. I need to see it. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. I want to examine it. Perhaps you should examine it in a little more detail. That's what I wanted to do! How exactly? Magnifying glass? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. See? They want to show it to me, so I didn't get to do it. Hold on. Press A to take a closer look at the piece in question. It's not there, see? It's not there. Ugh. Wait, what? Oh. Well, excuse me? To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Oh! By using left. I can see that, thank you. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, proceed to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something that maybe be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use these and that to inspect any areas of evidence that look suspicious. It says Hata Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh, I had to forget it. Never my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only had one cold in their entire life, in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. It's a dentist? It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. So old that the date is gone! It's probably a record of a long-term treatment, that's why. With family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money for you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed. Dentist, though. Can I open it? Got some stampies. Made before time. Let's have a look. It's just some sort of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of a molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Then why would you be eating a steak? Well, I think that's the point. Perhaps they use laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there'd be anything that could actually stop you from feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. This could be the big one, isn't it? Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours until post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Bro, what? There we go. Yeah, anyone who tell you you go to a dentist for something like an extraction, you ain't having anything in your mouth for like half the day. I thought that was weird. This new information. The meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. Oh, he died right after getting his teeth fixed. Imagine how terrible that is. He probably didn't even feel the pain because of the anesthesia. Oh. What if he was shot way before? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna slow down, but like I'm starting to think, what if he got shot before he even came into the place and didn't even know because he was on anesthesia? That's entirely possible. And then he just dies after there's no one left. That's so oh goodness. That's definitely. What a weird situation. Okay. All right. Which statement are we looking for? Okay, but I need to present that on something relevant. Hold on. Oops, I'm randomly dying. Okay, we have more to go on now. Still don't feel like the situation has really changed, though. No discrepancies have come to light, and that's what we need. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I think the situation has changed a great deal. We've come a long way. How so? Because we have just what we need. It's simply a case of using it to our advantage now. Then, do you mean there is a discrepancy somewhere? The crucial point is, the victim had been prohibited from consuming anything but water when he was shot. That fact has not yet been brought to the court's attention. He's right. Think about Dr. Wilson's circumstances at the time of the incident. But where do I do that? Puts that particular statement in a completely different light. Always keep your eye on the progress of the battle. That's the only sure way to win. Okay, so where do I mention that? Does he mention either of them? There we go. Here, it must be this one. Let me press this to see if he says anything. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. The food is for the woman. That's what I'm thinking. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in.
So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let's not forget the inconsistent evidence that we have to support their statements as well.
I need another statement.
It can clearly be seen. There is only a single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one.
But 2 drinks. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they are all lying. But if so, then why? I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Their 2 voices have blended too much in my head. Then I'm gonna try and present here, then. I don't have much other option. Okay, good. That leap in logic was correct. Teacher? Well, I think, that was the only one that made sense to put that on. By the way, if you put him in the wrong spot, you get damaged, or you get penalized, so I was trying to be careful with which I put it on. Well, I think,
what are you, withering lad? Call yourself a lawyer?
I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Runosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Breathe in and out. Kuda-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim.
I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, Kazuma best slap. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
except it's not.
But that's...
Remember, Venus, okay, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we are finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. The middle report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides that pale-faced pupil who could have possibly...
I couldn't read it all. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How can it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Not with someone with no teeth. Mr. Dentures, I'm sure. Perhaps if you told the victim... Perhaps if I told you that the victim just had a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that this, that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Oh, she did the desk thing! Everyone's freaking out. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't...
Korikuta-san?
What, boy? What?
As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No!
Additionally, there's more. You have asserted to the court with an unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. He boomed! I didn't even notice the first time he boomed. He boomed it that time. But that cannot possibly be the case. Ugh. Because the victim, as we now know, had just one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Ah! The baby cried. Expertly done, partner. Yay, he did a boom.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you!
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Runosuke? Ha ha ha! Yes! Yes, most definitely! Ha ha ha! After having undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Yeah, anyone who's ever had a tooth pulled, you ain't eating nothing for hours. You're not gonna want to. Who, in the fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? We need a laugh track sound clip. That's actually a great idea. Honestly, I probably won't remember it, so you should write it down somewhere. The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Yes, yeah. Counsel? Oh, yeah, yes, he means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question would be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. And show what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the as of yet unknown third party. Me! Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. Only had Kazuma for an hour and 15 minutes. If anything happened to him, I would cry. Same here.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion that there was somebody else there eating it. Ah! We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them! These two witnesses in the stand! What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you are deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. I swear, this is the first time in the entire series where anyone has been accused of potentially being charged with perjury. They've been lying for like 7 games. And the chair coon is breaking. They've been lying to me as a player for 7 games. Only to just now, finally, be possibly charged with perjury. I kid you not. I've been playing this series since the first game, and it's the first time someone's even been possibly fingered for perjury. What is this? Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. I didn't know that was a thing of that. Complicit in murder? No! There's the baby. Someone hold it. Oh, he did. No, negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. What tactical meeting? I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they're told us. The gentlewoman. And so the truth is revealed. Oh. What? What did you just say, Korakuna-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now, hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. Ugh. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue! Order! Counsel, explain what's going on here! It's painfully clear now. You try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this! Then who's behind this? Who's trying to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. The baby's tugging on the mustache! So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? Dude, it's coming crashing down. You wouldn't. This can't be happening! Rinosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. Tear off the mustache. What are you saying? I mean, to with that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It would only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Is that not... Okay. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. You know what I'm thinking? The business card. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you, the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait! Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this! I swear to every Shinto god! I knew nothing!
And what does the defense have to say about all this, well, Your Excellency, can I check this now? Where is it? I can't. Oh, I can! Let's see. Oh, wait, I didn't read the thing. Well, that's unexpected. I can't read this. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hanasaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Hatoru Honasaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. I knew he wasn't a waiter! What kind of waiter has a business card? I thought that was sketchy. He was unsworn, too. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here. Updated! I'm glad I stopped to check this first. Otherwise, we would have drifted into danger. Well, Excellency. Oh, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first thing that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is the head waiter of the Carnival.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Hataru Sono Naga-san. Hoso Naga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier.
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. The police have bias with white people.
What? If he truly were.
Poor Asians. Come on, Runosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru-san and his real sign identity is proven by this evidence. Here we go. Wrong button. Yes, sir. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. It shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can deduce anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes! It's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Just say, Joe, just turn it around. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Honosaga-san sketched this plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. From the front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession, but that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why hadn't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power, as far as the regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Who outbursted? Here we are. The waiter. Inspector Honosaga! Dude, I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add to the court record as evidence. Well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. Excuse me. He didn't act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? No, of course! Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Your salary must be terrible. Undercover. Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? He's not at liberty to talk about it, is he? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to the case of this homicide. Very well, then, Inspector Hanasaga. But if you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served the table in question. However, Mr. did not allude to this at the diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the EQ student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interests not to pursue that idea. Well, then who's the killer then? The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! It's the baby, I'm telling you. This baby. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yumi University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I am fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Jezael Brett. Or is it Jeziel? Jeziel Brett. She is indeed a foreign student, sitting in the research laboratory of the Yumi University's medical faculty.
What? What is happening here?
I'll admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene. and order these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Send the boy off to jail anyway! Names are hard. Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by the particularly critical premise, namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency! That would mean missing the noon deadline of ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain! Our own government will surely be very displeased by our actions.
Calm yourself, counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Ah!
Inspector Hasanaga, sorry. Yes, sir. We will locate this Zeziel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you've been given to the police bureau!
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem. Nothing will get in my way. He's got TB. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Jeziel Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes! Your Excellency!
Good. Then we shall have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Bonk. To be continued. Goodness, that's only the halfway point? Goodness, this is a long introductory trial. Oh boy, recess! An alternate version of me. Ugh, what the heck? Oh, there's bugs in my drink. I just swallowed ants. Ugh. Alright. Good point, actually, to call for a real recess, because I need a drink. I'll let that nonsense play for a second. So I'm going to run a 2-minute ad. We'll be back in that amount of time. So if you'd like to get a drink that's not full of bugs like I just had, or anything like that from the restroom, we'll be back and we'll reconvene court shortly. So we'll be back in just a few moments.
delicious pancakes.
And we're back. Sorry about the wait. There was some of that mowers noise going on, so I'm like, well, I figured I'd just wait that stuff out. So yeah, 11:38 a.m. in our defendant's chamber. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. Never heard that expression. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying because I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at least. Miss Jaziel Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I may not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. I will say it every time. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, and then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up... Bang. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking with the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside of the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Yo, it's the pretty girl and the old man again. Professor Mikotova. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. You already like this series way more than Danganronpa? I'll be honest, it has a better place in my heart than Danganronpa, that's for sure. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system, even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or like otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend adverse the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. Dang, look at him! He bros for life. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. Oh no, they're both looking at me. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMI. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentleman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yeah, that's gonna be a little trouble to prove, isn't it? We're gonna go to Great Britain? Oh, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to squash your case. I've no doubt that your pair will put up a good fight. You pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck! Thank you! Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. What about me? I got freaking shafted. The courtroom says it's over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. And before these old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. You didn't finish game of hide and seek. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from the Yumi cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. What a fee. Oh, the scary sound. 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judiciary, Courtroom 2. Thank you, thank you! The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhard. I'm never gonna say that right. Prosecutor Ouchie, you've managed to subpoena the witness.
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Ugh, sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation flounders?
Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Dang. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Dang! Get England!
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing! Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in! By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong! Diplomacy has never been more critical. Study political and
is that maneuvering? It doesn't look like it's spelled right.
Is what will secure our futures!
Jingland! I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Boom. Dang. Well said, Ryunose, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. A court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pertinence of the truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume, with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Jeziel Brett.
Yes! Your Excellency!
Oh my god, what a hat. What is that coat?
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentleman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
My god, he's simping over here. Ouch, he's simping. Nice butt. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea! Oh my god, the judge simping too. Is that true? No idea.
So,
we're all simping in here.
could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. Is she not gonna speak? My name is Satoru Hosanaga. I'm not talking about you! I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival, but my true...
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosanaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Is Kazuma simping too, but respectfully? Sorry, Risanoge, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Dang! Maybe he just don't care. He's not in for the showy types. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Is she gonna speak? Yo, it's freaking Haru. She's speaking in cursive. It's terrible cursive. I think. I can't read that. That's like chicken scratch cursive. I can't read that at all. She can't speak English, can she? I mean, Japanese. Sorry.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
She's very pretty, of what I can see. She's hiding her face. The lady says her name is Jazeel Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in the University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones and the delightful language of the British people.
I have a little bit of experience with that. I don't know if I would necessarily call it the dulcet tones. Oh, am I kidding? I was the same way at first too. It wears off. Ouchie. She's speaking British.
I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
Trust me, the less you understand, the better. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yeah, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes. Rinasoke. Yeah, our English classes. Yup, sure have. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, we trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnaval, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? You what? You blame my... When you can't understand English, it's fine. It's the accent. It gets you. She says, yes. That was a lot for yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? I think she was offended by that statement. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She said she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
I'm glad I don't have to actually speak for her. Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. How am I supposed to press a at the very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood? She's got a freaking tail. Order in the court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? You have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. But we can't tell for sure because we can't speak English.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Why you lying? Unfortunately, I have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. I don't want to put Haru to jail. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilton that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so I obviously couldn't have been the culprit. But it's a British gun. She could have. Huh. This is a condemning testimony indeed.
Yes!
Shush! No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all!
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snow-white angel.
Oh, trust me, the British are full of deceit.
I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine those words the court is going to believe.
I speak so much British slang it turns into a bunch of nonsense. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. Took the statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimony was that the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you could see, there is nowhere about her person that could conceal a firearm. I would think she could have a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Yeah, I know, I've seen what Haru's persona do. Just open the dress, boom, tank guns.
Unless and until the precise location of where the witness is of hitting up and can be shown, this is mute.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. These are the witness's own words on the matter. Well, of course not. Dresses don't have pockets. This isn't 2020.
Ugh, it's ridiculous!
Lena was allowed to lift up her dress and prove it. Whoa! Whoa! Dude! Chill out! That's a lot to say! You need to chill out! Your Honor, object! I moved to strike! Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke.
But I didn't fire the gun I picked up! There must have been another gun there that day.
You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Hold up, Protag! Maybe the Swan is under control of her body and brain. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Like her clothes. I mean, what? No, Kazuma wouldn't say that. Dramatic. Oh. The smirk. She's one of them femme fatales. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. I think she can understand Japanese. She's using a translator to avoid having to talk to us. She can't crumble if she can't claim to understand us. Okay, let's just... I don't know where we're going yet. I'm just going to press for information. After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Shh. You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue. Isn't that right?
Is that the right how you say it? Oh my god. No.
Ah! I can read that!
A decisive English no. There's quite a sting to it. It sure does. I can prove that one. The gentlewoman is currently working with the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. Like that cursive equal English. They speak in cursive, that's why you can't understand them anymore. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic! What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is!
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Only a beefsteak.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hata clinic, correct? Not a very good meeting you're gonna have when your other party is hopped up on anesthesia. That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of the fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience! To have traveled to the distant island on the far side of the world, to be embroiled in such a tragic incident.
Don't trust the Xenoblade wife. Never sent for a British lady. They are very mean. Don't trust the Xenoblade waifus. Why are those statements true? To be fair, Pyra in that game speaks English, and I think Nia is Australian, so it still checks out. Yes, White Knight, ouchie, we understand.
Have no fear, my dear Lady Esther, I shall crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. You have conflicting evidence. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. Well, that's not... What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful, actually. I was thinking the same thing. Psst. Slap. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has profound bearing on the case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing,
Let me answer and I'll tell you! He's bugging out! The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for his last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Ah, well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Can you repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony? Gladly, she said. Dude, what a pretty smile. It's a shame she's evil. Why are all the pretty ladies evil? They're always evil! How does she make her mask do that freaking eye thing? She doesn't actually have eyes. She's Haru's persona. That's why there's no face. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Pretty evil. So I had cheers over glass of carbonated water.
Yes.
So both of you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak. That was for you, Miss Brett? The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. Coming from the English woman. What a frightful place. With that smile. That smile. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. I don't feel like you could get sashimi in most places of the world. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Come to think of it. The first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Don't look at me like that! Don't look at me like that! Somehow I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now. Because you never know what will lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma? That face. Well, I already knew that was that. I just wanted to see what... I almost just want to keep pressing this. I want to hear the dialogue, but it just goes on. Carbonated water is just spicy water. I just like the flavor texts. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did was, when I noticed him, was go over and say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, 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 I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. You
No, of course not. It's a be such a cumbersome language anyway.
Yo, the localization team got on them for that! Ouch! I'm glad I took the moment to check. Dude, the localization team's firing on all cylinders.
English is the future.
We must all speak. Oh no, I can't read it. No, I can't read it. I'm not even gonna try. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Dude! Oh, I love it. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that, that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Not long after. Alright, I like hearing what it has to say. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun! There's nothing... And like I said, there's no point in repeating that assertion over and over! Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true, but... Slap. No confidence. All I did was pick up the gun on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time. The highly suspicious lady in the stand.
That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel.
Dirty?
You baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy.
It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
Oh, that nonsense.
The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. Oops, I accidentally caused war! Okay, I want to see what she has to say here. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? What the frick? Absolutely. I verified it personally. What the frick? Excuse me, sir? What? What? You verified it? No, I don't believe... What? Shame on you, detective. Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." I'm not! That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No.
Why on earth not? The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There's obviously no need for further probing into the matter.
Or, there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps.
Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm...
Women lie, fools!
The prosecution better you support your assertion with facts.
Assertion, not assertion. In other words, he wants evidence.
Ugh.
I can't pretend British, especially when I can't read what she's saying. I really do believe if this is not, that's not even eligible cursive. I don't even think that's real cursive. I don't believe that's cursive. It probably is, but it doesn't look real. I had to do cursive writing for a long time. It doesn't look quite like that. Could be a variation of it. Make up a language. Women are like that with men. Are like men, but with... With whoa. With whoa! The lady... I can't read most cursive stuff. I mean, that's understandable, but at least you can kind of get a grasp of it. This is ridiculous. Doctor script, you know, that's a valid point. She is in the medical facility, so maybe her speech is as slurred as her handwriting. The lady wished to point out that, of course, she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she's only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course.
Like a certain student refuses to admit when the game is up. You can at least have the courtesy to pay attention. I'm goading you.
So she's maintaining that you got an argument with the professor, and at the end of which you shot him, which is out and out, wholly unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman for Great Britain. I get it. They're sexy. I understand. You're all thinking with the wrong head. When we move on from that statement, please. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in dull black uniform, I'm dressed exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Yo, don't drag Kazuya. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as a fiction that it is. Doesn't address the ribbons. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you, your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. In fact, I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony doesn't make me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. I know they're giving me the hints, but I just wanted to hear what they had to say. Do that, and the opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this erotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. Oh, and sorry, no, not erotic, exotic. They're spelled similarly. That's not what I meant to say. I'm like, I said it and finished the sentence, and I'm like, that did not come out right. I can't read. That's what you should be aiming for this cross-examination. I can't read the difference between exotic and erotic. They have an EX in them, I'm sorry. Okay, so where's the... Wait, hold on, go back. Okay, so... is it this? Yeah, here we go. Gotcha.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Dude, whenever he looks at the screen, I lose it. He's like, Dude, watch him doing that on the 3DS and having his face pop out at you in 3D. Like, no. That's it. You just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. Stares at you. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Sit up. Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is that if it's its inability to express itself.
Ugh. Okay, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. What?
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over immunity? What possible difference does the presence or absence of 1 glass make of the case?
Objection!
Minute? You say? No, I don't. I can't say it. Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not! I would never do something so reckless.
Slap.
But there should have been 2 glasses on the table! Are you going to try and tell me that you can clink with only 1? You can clink. Like this. Clink. You gotta say it. You just gotta say clink. You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. She wants to speak. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I had been there at all, she's saying. Which is a contradiction to the fact that she never meant to flee the scene of the crime. Good gracious! Stop trying to swoon me, ma'am.
Sorry.
See, that's cursive. Alright, cue the whole courtroom losing their collective minds. There you go!
There, as I asserted to the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
The problem is they shouldn't be able to understand it, but she's probably, actually, I don't know, how does that work? Is she saying that single sorry in Japanese? Is that how it works? I don't know. Anyway, we get the joke. Oh, please.
Well, let's remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before our very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd! Oh, really? So we take it you're now going to use this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
Oh boy! The British are good at mischief, I tell you right now.
What? No, this can't be put down to mischief!
I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag the small handbag she was carrying. That's where the pistol is! A handbag, you say? Who just slips an entire glass into their purse? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Oh, that's not a common thing in Japan.
Ah, so the beautiful lady has graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that the glass has absolutely no bearing on the case.
What the purse does. She is so debutante, just pulls out a pistol from her purse and ends it right there.
This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations! You've wasted enough of time already!
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. If you want to call that satisfactory. I think henceforth we consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense? Any agreement? Oh, hell no! Oh, well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. Can I show that? She took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Wait! The lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated that the no, not Miss Breast. Miss Brett stated the following: "There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun." But what if she forgot to mention was her handbag? Come on, which would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. And what is wrong with me tonight? I don't know. I see pretty lady, I start losing all sense of logic and reasoning. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
What is a blackguard, anyway? Seeing as I can stuff so much a purse without bulging is the truth. It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. When a woman exists. Stop! As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. We're not advanced enough to have ballistic markings yet.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Professor Hosnonaga. Oh my god, I can't say these things, like, fluently. Yes. Did you, or did you not, search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought! In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. Inspector.
No!
God, her hair is so pretty in the back. Order, order, order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents of the time?
At the time.
Thanks to your bulging incompetence, she now has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Dude, oh, he's coughing again. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. No. Nope. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. Which one, me or my buddy here? I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. Yo, made up evidence! Hasanaga, are you dying? This photographic print. Oh my god, are you serious right now? I see what that is. Oh, I'm kind of covering it up on my screen, sorry. Dude, the freaking evil smile behind the gentleman glasses, that's not real. Of course. Of course. Wait, but... This is a print of the photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. So she left her purse there, is what you're saying. Okay, so what is this angle? There's the dude. That's a tattoo of a bull on his wrist. What? That's gonna be important, I'm sure. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. I mean, yeah, it's a handbag. Well, I never. As you can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. Of course. Of course it would be a meshwork bag. Because that makes total sense. A meshwork bag. A meshwork bag. How are you going to carry anything in a purse full of holes? So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. I guess. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ah! As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naharu-san. Ah! Dude, he got blasted! He hit the wall! It hurts. Order, order. Inspector Hasanaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. There has to be something I can grasp to. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. The photograph of the print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance. I want to see it. I'm satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter. And I must make my ruling. Hold on. Okay, is there anything I'm missing? Okay. Is the other side possibly a thing? But okay, so but what? Everything is flipped around. I don't. I don't know.
Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of the crime.
Get up! Get up, Ryu! No, just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Oh no, even Kazuma is upset. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. What? Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. Oh, that's what he's upset about. Why can you not turn it around? I can't do it with certain pieces of evidence. Hold on. My chair is just freaking the heck out right now. I need to fix it. I'm going to fall out of my chair if I don't fix this. Like, one of the wheels is broken out of my chair. As, like, right here, see? It's broken out. I keep falling out of the chair. The only thing that's keeping me from falling out completely is just balancing my weight into it. Somehow, the joint of the foot of the wheel has come undone. I need a new chair now. Bro, what? You don't know how purses and handbags have hidden compartments? I know, right? What? You mean this is it?
I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from inside your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime I didn't commit? Welcome to the justice system. And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Well, he's not the lead prosecutor, lead defense. It shouldn't matter. Well, he's gonna give up. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we won't be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little... Dude, what's with our cool-looking glove? Where did that come from? Am I a samurai? That smug little... Ryo no Saki. Naru Haruto. I consider all of the evidence... I didn't even get finished reading his name before that happened. Yo, I'm in it. Wait, Your Excellency! Can I have that type of glove? Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case just yet.
Objection!
This amateurish is getting ridiculous. Is getting tedious.
I can't read. I'm reading before I'm reading.
When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
I have nothing to lose then. Your Excellency, just a moment ago, you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentleman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
I see two potential problems. I just don't know how I'm going to say. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. Well, what do you mean? I'm already out on the... I'm already been hung out to dry. I have nothing to lose. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly!
You're on the dance floor with no partner.
Really, the prosecutor's becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate. But this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Dude, I have too many thoughts on this photo. One final opportunity. One!
What?
But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? He is intimidating with that hammer. Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hasonaga submitted before. Inspector, you identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. I don't even know what I'm alluding to. Oh my god. Alright. One second, what's this? Let me go back a little bit. Let me see what... What was the thing I was saying? What was the point I'm making? No. I don't know what I'm alluding to. If it's about the problem is if it's about the purse, it's because it's not entirely see-through. You can see that on the purse, it's got like this fabric look to it. Now, if it's a meshwork purse, right? Now this is what I'm thinking. Then wouldn't it have another side to it that's also meshwork, right? Like the flip side of it. Like, I don't know if this is that type of purse. What if only one... But if only one side is fabric, that doesn't make any sense to me. That seems, like, really foolish, right? Like, I don't know. The only other thing I'm thinking of is the fact that he's positioned... Both the chairs are positioned away from the table. But, like, that might have been for investigative purposes, and not because that's the crime scene. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm hoping that that's what he's grasping at, because I'm not sure otherwise... wait. Oh, I have to present. Let's see. Just here. Oh, no. I don't like this dialogue. Something extremely significant. I don't like how this is looking.
What's significant is your inability to positively identify anything wrong with this picture at all!
Youch, that's damage. I concur, and praise the prosecution for his quick-wittedness. I know it's the handbag that stands out in this picture, but you need to look further. Examine everything, otherwise you might miss an important clue. You always try to see always try to see the whole, and don't be blinkered by individual details. I know you could do it. If I could do it, then why wouldn't I have pointed out the wrong part of the picture just now? Nice. Unfortunately, I must do as I promised. You had your chance, counsel?
Hold it!
Wait, Your Excellency! The court should give consideration to the fact that this man is an amateur. One more chance, please. Well, I suppose he is just a fellow student lawyer with a little sense of protocol in these matters. I'm starting to feel insulted here. Okay. So are we gonna allude to the bowl print on his arm? Is that what we're gonna go with? That's the only other thing that I think like makes sense. Let's see. Okay. All right. Fine. We're going with something that I don't understand how this is going to relate to him. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. This is true. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist?
I didn't know what point we were trying to make. Yeah, we overlooked the burn, but I didn't know how it was relevant yet.
Clearly, that's nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Well, that's... See, I got hung up on that. Yes, that is the burn mark. You're right. One second, I want to check something real quick. Okay, never mind. I thought that might be he had cuffs. I'm like, man, would he really wear the same outfit? I'm like, who? If okay, anyway. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it...
the more I look at it, the more I find it intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. It's a bowl. However, as Prosecutor Ouchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. I see Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and the other university staff. Hold the phone. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. No!
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
Silence. Simp. What you're thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? Well, if it doesn't, I'm screwed. To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should just keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, we can do that. If we can do that, we may be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But what if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case. Then would you allow it? Depends on when you left. We are linking the burn to the case somehow. I don't know how yet. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. Okay. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I had to find some link between that burn and the case. Take your breath, boy. This is the moment of truth. What do we got? Hold on. Okay, what do I got? There's the burn. Recommend dental work on the day. Wait. Oh, never mind. That's not that. Okay, I don't think... I was trying to see if I could get an idea of what we're supposed to be doing beforehand. Okay, anyway. Time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. Okay. So then the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates the inexcusable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Oh, I have to. God, how am I supposed to do this? Is there anything... Okay, so... I think it's review scene. Ah, I found it!
Yes.
They were guilty. That's probably the door closing. What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us for a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here, forevermore. What? How?
Silence, heathen! You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy! If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes.
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate?
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnival. Ah! The emblem on this plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
Ah!
Rinanosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. Okay, but what does that mean for us exactly?
Objection.
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the date in question or not. Could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well, Yo, come to my aid. Sadly, Prosecutor Uchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hasanaga? I can't imagine having missed a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago, and although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, and the defense, as the defense just pointed out. There was no mild burn, that's for sure. Yeah, that was like a freaking branding. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then, except for the fact that he was on anesthesia and wasn't feeling pain. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I have not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
By the way, hello, Jiren. Welcome to the stream. I'm going to go a little proud in the moment. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hasanaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, it would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, Why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I did. So I think that maybe... We've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make this make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... He wasn't a... Oh! Oh, that's what we're going with. He was already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. Well, I guess that makes a little more sense than anesthesia, because I guess if you come off of anesthesia, you're not going to still be feeling the numbness of the pain. So I didn't... my brain was forgetting how anesthesia worked. My brain went down the dentist path as well. It was the wrong thing. I guess that's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already
Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. Calm, Slam. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness!
And also, it's also only in the mouth. Order, please! The council will explain this absurd notion at once! The victim was killed by a gunshot!
That's right, it's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. Yo, burn him.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet?
Ugh.
Your Excellency, the court must hear from the witness again. If it is true, as we now believe, the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Imagine having this all go on and she feasibly cannot understand what's happening, but I feel like she can understand Japanese. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency!
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. On Brit? Oh my god. Thank you, Your Excellency. Uh-oh, you know she's in trouble when you got the boob grab going on. Uh-oh. I don't like that head cock. No, she's scaring me. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Oh my god, she can speak Japanese! She can more than understand it, she can speak it. I had a feeling. She heard you all simping now!
Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country, after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Wow.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Oh, no, she didn't.
Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
Yes, Simp Judge? I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Miss Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. They sure are. Stupid interpreter. The victim's death.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life could be taken, leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Dang, smug. Well, there was only one glass. Could have been poison. The most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it.
I hope this is the last time I have to sully my lips with the scarce tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. No, not at all. It's a delight to merely hear you speak, dear lady. It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice what happened here today. Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible.
Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Except obvious social cues. So I need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness' testimony, I'll be ruling on the case immediately. Is that all clear? What the frick is he doing? Yes, Your Excellency. She's so toxic. You may proceed with the cross-examination. Wait, did she say that? Yes, sir. The hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed.
Do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on whose unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open.
Whoa, what?
You cannot have noticed. Can you?
Huh? What? Ah! Ew!
What fun!
Oh my god, the smugness! Oh god! She may be a villainess, but man, I love it.
You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me?
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
That's going in the cringe compilation. This is Ace Attorney. Well, I can't.
Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you.
Ah, I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of the courtrooms, it means, bless you. Oh my god! Oh my god! I think it means the exact opposite. It definitely means the exact opposite of bless you. Sip! Anyway. As far as I've heard them postponed. Okay, yeah, so let's give me all the information. I feel like I'm gonna need it if this is the last one. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Hemorrhage? I don't... My mom would know that term. She's a nurse, but I don't know the word. Yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there are no other signs of trauma on the victim's body indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been the blood of your gun that put it into this innocent man's life.
But that doesn't make any sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right.
Ugh!
Some other way a man's life could be taken without leaving a trace. Please do show me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there's always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as the police force has been thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hasanaga?
As I've said, I've always aimed for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? It's flat in your booty.
Oh, perish the thought! Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? My own eyes! Tatsusuke Ouchie will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back up here. Back us up here. Yes, evidence. But I don't think I have any. But of course, okay. You know, give me the info. I need everything. Inferior? What do you mean by that? Do you not understand? Did she use a different word? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. Le Carnival's open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Wait, what the heck happened to him over there? What? It doesn't even occur to your native detective to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand?
Aha! Kill a blow! That lady is as formidable as she is beautiful!
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie really starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about that what Miss Brett just said. There's a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. He's dying over there. getting 19. What do you think, Rienose? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not... Pause. I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in our armor. Kazuma. What? Ryonose? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hasanaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what you can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma was thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. But her accomplice... How do I change targets? No, I didn't mean to do that. No, I didn't mean to loop around. I didn't mean to... God, I get it!
Yes.
What do you mean by that? Okay, I read this.
Wait.
How do I get over to him? Yes, there it is again! Thank you. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now. Risanoke. I'll also do it with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person who we're actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker with blah and blah, you can turn your attention to other people on the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with A. Let's see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
I'm trying. Excuse me! Huh? What's the meaning of this? What the frick? He just exploded. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts deeply. Looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Hasanagabata, are you okay? Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Hmm? The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hasanaga? Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why Satoru Hasanaga always tried to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, I guess that's not a law there yet. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Dude, a crime scene thief. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Uh-oh, that got her attention. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water they took from to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. Dude, he is dying. Can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Okay. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank of on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel. You may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his favor. Okay, so... what do I need to look at this now. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. It must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, though it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. Let's have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Rasunoke! Rasunoke, I can't say, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Rasunoke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet. This is what he's thinking, what I'm thinking. I think I might have just worked out something out. An interesting possibility. Is there any other clues? Let's go for it.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace. That comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? Only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence! You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? You've forgotten that we only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire. Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusation could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
Ugh!
If I may.
I will slide you forever with this disgraceful attack on the little young...
Dude, it is you who should be silent.
Of course.
I couldn't hear it very well. Just an elegant looking shut up!
Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. Offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. He is dying! He tasted the bottle! You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. Oh, that's probably not what he's implying. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered a test for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. But we could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. No, but it's French. It's a French bottle. It could be a French poison. What? Are you sure? My tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! I'm very grateful to all of you, to all you Japanese. That's not even... You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, my dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
Get up. Get up. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, the shot to the chest from the gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. Not French, but British. Well, I thought the bottle said it was a French bottle. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I am just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? God. Rise up, Runosuke. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. No, 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 don't let her slip it. Wait, who yelled hold it? Oh, hello! Please, wait, where have you been? Who? Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Satoshi Mikotova, judicial assistant to the defense. Sasato? Sasato. Mikotova? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. The passion in those eyes. And in her hand, She carried a small package wrapped up in a furoshiki cloth. We're still not done? Oh my god. Alright. Well, I'm in for the long haul. I'm gonna finish this. I didn't expect a second intermission. There can't be much left at this point. What the heck? I can't... I'm surprised. I mean, this is might be the longest tutorial case I've ever... Or the longest initial case I've ever played for an Ace Attorney. This is the longest one. The first one in the series was only 45 to an hour. It's got to be wrapping up soon. There's no way it's going to go on that much longer. Okay, anyway. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why is a sudden ingress into my courtroom?
Ha! Judicial assistant, and a woman no less!
Wow, what happened to the simp behavior before?
The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Jeez! Wow, okay. Yes, I fully understand. I only ask for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
Ha! You're too late, little girl. The trial has already been concluded.
Based. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency!
I am most grateful. Yo, it's a full house over here! There's too many people! Guys, there's too many people! We're gonna need a bigger desk. Or actually, one of you's gonna have to leave. Who exactly are you? Maybe I'll leave. I'll let those two have a moment. I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English.
I can't read English.
It's Giselle Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial I resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed his paper. Oh, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? We may just need a slightly bigger desk. She's pretty small. So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare, curar, and its effects on the human subjects. Interesting. Curar? What's that? I've never heard of that word before. Is that how you're supposed to say it? Curar. I'm gonna say it's curar. I have no clue how else to say it.
Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom!
There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Giselle's report has been added to the court record. Goodbye, then, and good luck. No, bring her back. You have had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. Okay, hold on. I asked the prosecution defense now one last time. Come on, give me... Oh, where is it going? Alright, report detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett had been researching during her time at Yuma University. It's right there! A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it in ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. A route of entry. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, just as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. What? Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it is believed that the toxin could have an application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. The lady just saved the whole case in the 11th hour. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Reason, okay, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. Look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's delightful. It's a delightful vision, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, Consul, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? My attorney's badge! Actually, that's a university collar. That's not even an attorney's badge.
Yes!
Miss Jazelle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at UMI University, doing research. She won't even speak. I like this judge. I know, he not full on scent mode. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? Let me finish. A toxin known as Curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? Never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done. You wouldn't have done. What?
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curare before one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they never identify Curare.
Why?
Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order, order, order! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Curare has been long used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is procured from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. Look at him just churching them papers! And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Triumphantly! Those aspirations are utter trumpery! I don't even know. Sure, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way round?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pains at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he collapsed on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the natural cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is unconscious. The victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's terrifying! I didn't even know that was possible. I mean, maybe it's fictional, but that's terrifying. Being conscious while your body is choking itself.
That's hideous!
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was sipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly cure-all poison. Man, the whole room is dead quiet. Now you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison? Okay, so the waiter is not dying from the poison, because that wouldn't have happened.
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hetero unknown poison which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense!
Ahem, if I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be Tutson. I wonder if they actually hear it that time. It is you who must be taught.
Of course! Dear lady!
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled with a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Stop it, capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it! The idea that some poison doesn't even exist in the Great Empire of Japan is breaking the rules!
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Oh, she's gonna down it. Oh, here we go. That's pretty bold. I was wondering if we'd have to taste it.
Don't get too big for your boots, you little island boys.
Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish court romantics is laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers.
Wait, what are you doing?
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
Well, the poison wasn't in the bottle. So what do we do now? Unless she suddenly keels over dead, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no cure-all. The bottle was clean, is what you're saying.
You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course, that's the simple truth.
Well, if it wasn't in the bottle, it was in the glass. But
thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. It's most kind.
Hold on. I'm gonna check something. Okay, but the anesthetic. We've still got the anesthetic, or it's the wound. I'm thinking it's the glass, the wound, or the fact that he had a dentist appointment with that, and maybe it had a delayed effect. That's what my thought is right now. Because I need to have a look at this again. Are we for a fact he was shot? The knife has juice on it, but that's probably meat. I don't. Well, we know he had the. Laughing gas. Could have been. It's impossible to imagine not being able to feel pain, though. Imagine at the end from whoever wrote this. It says, no food or drink other than water for 3 hours, while post-procedure anesthesia wears off. We still don't know why he was even burned in the first place. We're still... I feel like we're still... Well, he know he was dead, but... okay, anyway, let's continue. Wait a minute. Wait a second. That does do the thing. They said the reason why he was burned and he was already dead at the table was because he couldn't scream. But if he couldn't move and was fully paralyzed, that could have happened at the table. He would have showed up and still been alive. So it could have been the anesthesia was a ticking time bomb, perhaps, or because if the wound happened right there and then, okay, let's continue. I'm taking my time too much.
Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I'm giving more than enough of my time with the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. What do we have now? Like, this doesn't make sense. Here had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she... How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to have been a poison in that bottle. There isn't there?
But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead.
Come on. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water. It contains no poison. I'm going on my gut that there's no poison in the bottle. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. Please, what? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now.
Sometimes your unadulterated naivete really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining.
Until it is dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? No, let me speak!
That was guileless ending for the compensating line of inquiry, counsel, for which you will be penalized.
Dang it, okay. Ugh, this whole trial is poisoned.
Okay, there has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead.
That's...
But that's what I'm saying.
But that's the thing. It doesn't make any sense. Well, then it has to contain poison. Don't lead me down that road, game. It contains poison. The culprit did put poison in Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious? Well, what am I Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that the bottle contained poison. We just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it.
That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained. I don't understand. How exactly? I almost started speaking in her voice. I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Okay. There has to be... Okay, so is it... That could be. It could be because it gone flat. Maybe. Okay. Effects. Inventory. Right, right. Okay, so... Without John would ever noticing. Yeah, the water is supposedly poisoned. Oh my god, I can't think. Let's say do the worm. But how? But that's not the that's not the question. The question is, what explains how the witness was able to consume the poison with unscathed? That's the question they're asking. I don't think the wound will give. The wound apparently came after. It was a show wound. He died. The wound came after. The question they want an answer to is how she was able to drink the water unscathed. No, I get it. I'm trying to figure that myself. Carbonated water, the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. She's been researching it. I'm trying to see if there's a clue. Current poison enters the body through a wound, such as an... But yeah, that's... Oh. But... Maybe it is the wound, though. Maybe it's that characteristic. It says through a wound. It could be the wound. It could be because she... Oh my goodness. What if it doesn't have an effect by just being drank? I'm gonna try it. Let's see if it... The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. Okay. I think we're on the right track.
That is not a valid explanation!
No. After all...
We don't speak English! The report is a gibberish! Stupid young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, your excellency!
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest, I'm just reading Satsuda-san's notes. I concur, this report is too extensive to be considered in an entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? Okay, hold on. What's... Is it special characteristics? I need to double check. Special characteristics. Okay, we're gonna go with the bullet wound injury part. I hope. We've been hearing a lot about this Kira poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Council? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of arrows they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please!
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. I didn't think of it that way. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. There we go. Okay, so... Oh, good gracious, Council, no, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under spiritual characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Probably because it's in the bloodstream. Yes, the mention of the particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what it's written like, when you interpret what's written like this. When Cura enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
What?
Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Cura's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself.
You meddling little...
The bird! Rapscallion! Oh my... The bird! It's alive! Well, Risanoke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
Who's the goose all along?
All of this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly...
So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. It's a backseat read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? I mean, he is a schoolboy. Flaw.
Even your brain has managed to deduce, Cure is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric cyscus.
Oh, yes. Well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? Oh my god.
So, if this little poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
Ah, that's right.
Good gracious.
That's basic science. Science even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Order in the court, order! The logic holds. If the lady and this professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest...
Yes, this cure poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
God, that's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you
Can understand something as simple as that.
Wait, what's happening now? What is this welling up inside of me? I don't know. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense. Almost rage-like. What are you describing? And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Wait, what's happening? What did he...
Objection!
Yo, he objected! Door mask! I don't think so, Miss Jezebel Brett. Jezebel Brett, sorry.
How dare you use that tone with me?
You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Oh, shoot! No! He did... Oh, my God. No, it just made sense. It just clicked with me. Why... Oh, my God. He had the tooth extracted. He had an open wound in his mouth the whole time! Holy shoot. That's it! Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Curar?
Take that!
Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? She knows it too. The toxic effects of Cure are only felt when the poison enters a body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But, what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside!
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Holy crap. Oh! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so What? What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. What's happening? What's happening? You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some critical evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What is it? What just happened? It's the English woman. She just smashed the bottle. In the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Take up as much of that water's broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet at my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this! You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course, of course! You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady?
The bullet. That's right. And really looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is a little schoolboy.
Objection!
No! You killed the victim that day! Using Curar! And then, in order to frame Rhiannosis for the crime, I can't speak his name. You waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. But we can't prove a hidden gun yet. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime! What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Oh no, the sound alerts are broken? Oh no. I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a thread of evidence.
Exactly! And you have nothing to support your wild claims as the prosecution stance remains unchanged.
Hold on, let me double check, make sure these sound effects are working.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. I guess it is on your end. I was wondering why the sound effects weren't coming through. But I think everyone's kind of seriously taking this game seriously.
And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged.
Look, just because... I mean, I would say at this point you've established reasonable doubt. Why would else would she... Never mind. I know. It's the game.
The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryanosuke Naruto.
Ugh! This is unbelievable. How could this be happening? The judge is just going to forget all the valid points that have been made because the bottle broke. We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene! Ryanosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence. It's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? What? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. She stabbed him with a steak knife. Is Kazuma right? Hold on, is that really there? You can barely see that in the photo. Or is it this one? You can barely see that. Cause what I noticed in one of the scenes was that the knife was kind of juice, but I thought that was steak juice. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Well, there's a clue. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Haha, you always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryanosuke? Come on, then! Let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait! It's been niggling at me. What the heck is niggling? That sounds like a slur. For a while, that's something that feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... Well, I mean, it's right here.
Take that!
Inspector Hasanaga, answer me this! Yes, well, what is it? Oh, he's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. You can see... As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Objection!
Wait a minute! Where are you going?
Shut up!
Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What a memory. I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on, you can't see it in the picture, was a splattering of blood.
What?
Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything here. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to shoot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah! Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite of the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett! I beg your pardon!
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense! Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Who said that? It was him. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the surrogate had been eating. What? And I did it all, in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector! The court wishes you to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir! Good boy, Inspector. I thought for sure he was going to be a bad guy, but no. Sorry for the delay. What we got? Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't!
Quickly, Inspector, the blood man! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Wait, what? There's no blood here. No blood. Wait, but... There's not... What?! No blood anywhere. But that doesn't make sense. But no, that's impossible! I know I saw it, I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was a blood stain on the side of the plate. But it's not in the picture, and that's why. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. The bird. You see, this is why you said you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Ugh! I couldn't agree more. In this case, the disgrace of the Empire. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. No, there has to be something.
Ha! The sour-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly.
Hold on. I gotta look at something. I don't think that's the same steak. Maybe. That might be the wrong thing I'm jumping at. It looks smaller.
If the sorry-looking excuse wishes to examine again, then be my guest.
Okay, it's in the evidence now. Was the plate I saw, or I thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Okay, hang on. Okay, but I don't know. I don't think there's enough eaten here. Wait, but hold the phone. You can just plop this out. You can take the griddle out, can't you? I don't know. Well, let's not jump ahead of ourselves, because I'm clearly I'm missing some information. Let's see. Okay. It looks smaller. It looks smaller in the real life than it does in the picture. In that picture, it's covering about half the plate roughly, right? Like around, like the bite marks are almost the same, I think. But I think in the photo, this photo here, and this photo here, It looks like there's more than what's on this plate. Unless it's just the angle. It looks like less of the plate is covered. What did I do? The coin! What? It's not the same steak! What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the the Hoi area, I believe. No, I don't mean what it is. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoi Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. And this isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hobie coin. Hoi coin? Heard of pearls and swine, but never heard of bullion and bouillon. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means that was not, but it was smaller. It was a smaller steak. All right, this is it now. I've lost. I said I've jumped too far ahead of the game. You know, it's okay. It's not over yet. Not until the final gravel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Already ahead of you on that one. It was written, but the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way. I presume that further examination of this evidence and trial will be unnecessary. Hold the phone. Oh, I sure heck I do. That Blitzing was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now be clearly show the court what you are alluding. The precise display of beefsteak is new. This clue to be found. Okay. Open up. I'm glad I did check. Huh? I know. Okay. I saw this before. Okay. It's made of glass.
Got it.
Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? A Hoi era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up.
What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen anything like that before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it.
Objection.
I fancy else is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chief, but the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection.
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoi Koban just appears hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I would put my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency! Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoi Koban appears to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll give him my lawyer job right now that you don't have! Stop saying things.
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Everyone's yelling. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who's irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that stake. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. Oh, we gotta present. The owner of the koban that found underneath the beefsteak is...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Ratukate, the old guy. Kiri, as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military surgeon, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his koban coin when it happened. It's the exact moment when the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, a Hoi koban, my prize coin! This Hoi era koban. Do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No, no, no! Please! Why would Kobaya's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? Makes no sense!
Because it's not that.
Yes!
That's not the victims. Which is why I'm asking to bring Koryopata-san back to the witness stand so I can ask him. Officer! Bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. Either can I! I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find that key element to this case. Don't save it. Don't continue again. Okay. They're all on the stand. What's all this about? I've been caught up again! You is it their time for me, baby idol? When my son's belly empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves! Exploited by the police, we are, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this refuse tie shop's owner's existence. And me too. Be that as it may, Koryopata-san something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasutai memory serves, have you ever seen this koban be? Ah! He dropped a knife on him!
Yeah, that's it! That one! The very one! That's the correct one that it is! The splendiferous horsey treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day! Can't be!
As I thought.
Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coins in between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices.
Sandwich? Choking? Seriously?
Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my horsey treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an inconscionable thing!
Oh my god, so much is happening right now. What a farce this is. Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hasanaga. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret underground operation.
La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant that attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent undercover, is it? He's sweating over there. The baby. Yes, I took another job as a waiter in the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the current Koban is all too clear. What? What? The voices are too similar. I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the typical time who stole the Koban and hid under the stake? The military man and his baby. Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Nisa Nosa. What? How? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? The master thief of El Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido! Ido is the mastermind behind all this! He's blaming the baby! No one is taking this. Look at this. You would push the blame on your crimes to your own son, an innocent little baby? Who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa? Wait. Ah! What's happening? Oh my god! What is happening? Clippity clop! Clippity clop! Clippity clop! He's going great! What? What the frick is happening? He's turned to Waluigi. Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Nisa Nosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Wait, what? I thought the baby was going to talk for a second. Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place, and I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son! That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money! Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his Koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. Phantom thief? I was all set to leave the stake while I was halfway through devouring it when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. Make no mistake, he was still shot. If I knew that the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. I slipped it under the stake, hoping they'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. It's kind of sad. The Japanese military is treated so terribly. Okay, we get it. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time? Well, Miss Brett...
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course! How rude of us! Quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. This is the... May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. No!
Indeed. No, the theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Stop! We're not done! Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all that questions concerning this witness has been unanswered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Stop! Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone.
Stop! Don't let her leave!
And good day.
Stop. Objection. Objection. Ritsuki, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what it's exactly, but it's something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something that didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call that out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. He can read our mind.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett.
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryo Sonoki?
Hiding a coin in a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's beyond madness.
Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. According to BDC Evidence Council, Ms. Brett's words truly are contradictory. Where is the evidence to prove it? Wait. Hold on. So wait. What am I presenting? What? What am I presenting? I don't... I'll try this. The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak you can see in the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes? Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just spitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't it something about the steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. Yeah, it's bite marks. It's not been cut. They all look like that. It's the same steak in all the pictures, but it was never her steak. Now that I understand why that didn't make any sense. As you noticed too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at the steak. In particular, the edge where it's been eaten. They're bites. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks here.
Ah!
Oh!
Oh!
It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help.
Don't let her Oh, she's blushing. Oh, she, even in the face of being guilty, she won't be disgraced this way. She turned purple.
Oh, whatever did you say, dear lady?
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course! This will be over in a blink of an eye! Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything to...
I've heard enough. You irritated little speculated samurai relic.
Of course! Dear lady!
What is the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Ha! Clearly the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks and the stake have for her. Murasaki, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, sir. She swapped the stakes in the confusion somehow. Yes, now at last it's all come together. That's why there's no blood. Mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with the cutlery. The reason why the blood stain, I saw somehow it seems to have disappeared, and that's why it wasn't in the photo. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, counsel. What exactly are you suggesting that tells us that the stakes were everything, Your Excellency?
Everything?
Yes, I believe these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been what?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd! This trial has been several hours already!
It truly has!
And you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be! I don't believe you have it!
Silence, wench. I don't, but there's someone who does have it, in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit that piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the evidence? Blah, 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 blah. It's the detective. He had both lunches. He said so himself. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hasanaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Cortezan's coin, he's told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak?
Attention!
Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me handhailing her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier is the other steak. Was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense! The plate was taken from the victim's table.
You don't think she could have swapped it? Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I did not steal it. You even suggested a thing would be, and I'm out front to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly! Sure, you're not going to suggest.
The sergeant switched the two steaks over? Not the sergeant.
You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, Wait, he did? I thought she did! When I saw the civilian been murdered right up front in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hit the coin underneath it. But when the waiter announced that he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized him by chance. With military precision and time, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign ladies' table. What? You cannot have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! I actually didn't think it was him. However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes.
So if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hasanaga? Yes. Earlier this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah! Oh my god, she's chewing on her mask. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot!
Shut up.
That cannot possibly tell us now! I mean, the cold slab of tough meat can have the slightest bearing of the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your head at this time, lady. I beg your pardon! She sounds more French in my accent than British. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to solve such a problem from you? No? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and the plate originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! You have no power. Sorry for keeping you. There it is. Here's the other steak and its plate. And look at those clean cuts. Please, feel free to examine it. I mean, it's all there. The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look!
Yes.
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Nasurdo-san to have shot the victim.
Ugh! It can't be!
In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is.
Ugh!
That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! The point. Oh boy.
Done by a Japanese. Me, by a Japanese schoolboy. No, no, no! Ah! Chickies!
She just scurry. Oh my god, I'm just gonna watch this. The breakdown we've all been waiting for. That hat went insane. What the frick? She ascended to heaven!
Chickies!
Hello, Black Chickie. Oh my god, they're everywhere! Where did they come from? Oh my god. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency.
Are we actually gonna get the real scoop?
It was I who took the professor's life using Kira. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because Kirara is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and that would be all over. I would place the steak I had over in front of him to make it appear as though he had just been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else?
I know, right?
Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over and greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair so he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment.
A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I tried to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
It was in the skirt!
Under your skirt! So I was right. There were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, BAP! That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
At least a knife gets under the shirt of the dress, right? I mean, they should. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. Took him down to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in and his theater around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Misdemeanor? Your Excellency. Yes? I wonder... might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. She's gonna slip away. Probably diplomatic immunity or some nonsense like that. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be! Takusakasugi Aji does not lose! Not to the likes of this rookie student! You better start getting used to tough opposition. Ah!
Renosuke Naharuto!
Yes?
This insult to the Achi family name will never be forgotten!
You've become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. What's he doing? It's the way of the world. Maybe forget that. What's he doing? What did he just do? Because top knot! Dude, he just attacked him in the middle of court. How did he reach? 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naharuto clan. This trial of the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter for our country's judicial system. Kazuma, best boy! Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Renosuke Naharuto, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency! The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel assured that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Azogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why did you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Renosuke Naharuto. Oh, yes! In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency! What a long first chapter. Oh, we have to be on the stand for the verdict, though. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryuzo Inosaki Naharuto, not guilty! Confetti? Where's the confetti? Yeah, oh, cherry blossoms. Ouch, she's still over there freaking out. We did it. Victory! That was a long one. I didn't expect it to be this long. Court is now adjourned. We got the long Sunday stream. I did not think it was going to be a 5-hour first trial. I'm not... Finally! Dude, the last act drug on so long. Like, it didn't need to be that long. But I don't... It took 5.5 hours in real life time. And in game time to do that in real life. That's funny. Because it started at 9 a.m. Now it's 2:46. That's almost, like, completely accurate. I have a migraine. Just FYI, any future streams of this are going to be a lot more carefully timed. I legit did not think this would be a 5-hour thing. I thought at worst it might be 3.5, maybe, and that was at worst case scenario. Because opening cases in Ace Attorney are never this long. So, I will be keeping a closer eye on how the timing works, but I didn't want to stop right at the edge, because it felt like the end was right around the corner every time. So, they are not going to be all 5 hours long. I just wanted to do the whole first case, because I thought, well, the first case is always the shortest one. Maybe this game takes that and spins it on its head. The other ones are probably going to be longer, so they probably will be multiple parts. But anyway, let's actually conclude the case first. No wonder only people do one case per stream. Well, yeah, the regular Ace Attorney games on the DS were much shorter cases. This is almost like half of the average case, but like for one. It's not usually that long. When I first played the first one, the first case is really only 45 minutes to an hour. The first game's first case, so I kind of expected it to be shorter. But I guess they treat you with professional gloves because they expect you to have played the game before. And I appreciate that, I just wasn't expecting it. If I had known There would have been a 5-hour stream, or a 5-hour case. I would have stopped at like 3 hours, or like the second or third checkpoint, or whatever one. But we'll just for a warning, we'll keep that in mind going forward. Anyway, I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I could have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large yukisaki from the place on Yumi University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. It's the girl, isn't it? Yo, hi. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naharu-san's innocence. Oh, look at that smile. It's so precious. I'm in love. I can't. Unless he loves her first. You know, if best boy wants best girl, I guess I can't be that upset. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do any... Oh, thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Oh, your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university to investigate. Your father? Oh, yes, of course. We know who she is. Why is her name mystery in this? I'm not going to read this because we already read it, and I'm trying to save us a little time. Speaking of Mikotova. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. She's instantly just stoic again. The smile is gone. Pops, you throw this file away. Now, Harudo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend. Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yumi University, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotova studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. Until I will learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asagi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Base. The Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. Good luck getting that on an airplane, and it cuts anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. Here we go. It's not easy to tell you this, but diplomatic immunity. What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. Wait, what? What? Shanghai? Meaning... I need context. Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Who's speaking? Oh, it's you again. Professor Hanasaga! It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today, and very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances you are right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke the consular court just like that!
Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government's making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. She literally knew that and took a minor risk situation. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There never was any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case for a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the state, the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, a change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. Oh, music's back. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hanosaka-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? I like him a lot. Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. Oh my god, I can't. I should go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhito-san's release. No, come with us. Oh yes, thank you. God, no manners, Protag-kun. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. I think I might know, but we'll just see. Kazuma. Yes, Risanoke? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me! All that tits verbal combat? I would never want to go through all that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to have a choice to make about whatever to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believe in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you faced seemingly hopeless situations time and time again. But you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryusunoke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Husanaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there.
I have a thing I know what he's going to say. Let's pick us up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. I have the feeling we're going to Britain with what's-her-name. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotova. Satsuto-san, who acted as my assistant for like 30 seconds. Inspector Hasanaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. Dang! Ow! That's so mean! But it was because of the help and support of all of these people that I managed to get through that trial. That was so cold! I like him so much. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor to me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Da-da, da-da. Oh, you can't see it. Aqua's head's over the word end. It says end in the corner. Defense debut awarded. Da-da-da-da. Goodness, how many... Okay, so that we finished it. Free save, don't crash. Okay, so we've got... There's 5 episodes. Okay, and I have a feeling they're only going to get longer than here, so we're going to be in for a ride. Normally, I'd probably look into the preview of the next case, but I'm just gonna kind of leave it at that. I'm gonna take this off. Oh. So, like I said, for any of you still here, thank you very much. By the way, I hope this was fun for everybody. I really didn't think it would be this long. We'll save it for a mystery. Instantly falls asleep on my desk. I hope everyone enjoyed watching it. Like I said, moving forward, I'll do a better job at keeping these streams more trimmed down. Like, further future cases will probably follow the more stereotypical Ace Attorney formula, where you have investigation periods and multiple days of court. So, because this was the initial trial and it was all in one sitting, they didn't have a way to segment it up like they normally do. So it was kind of all at once. I'm sure if it had been a standard case, it would have been a little segmented a little more. So those segments will make it easier to figure out how long to do the streams for. So, which is what I was expecting. I actually thought this would end too soon, and I would be ending early. Oh boy, I didn't know what I was getting into, but it was a lot of fun. I really liked it because I don't know much about any of this really. At first, I thought this was based off of the ancestor of Sherlock Holmes or something, but I think I was misinformed on that. That might have been a different spinoff, but I'm not sure. Like I said, I depending on what kind of days I have to stream, I think now that I work till 7 p.m. all of my work days, we might be able to do smaller streams of this in the future, but maybe once a week if I can actually get more days to do it. So that way I don't, because I'm gonna want to play this a lot. I can tell. That's just kind of how I am. Honestly, I probably would have just kept going if it was, you know, I don't want to overload people before we continue. So I'm gonna try and time these a little better now that I kind of have an idea that if the first case is 5 hours, goodness, I don't know how long the other cases will be, if they'll be the same amount of time but broken up differently. We're gonna find out. So I hope everyone enjoyed it. If it was your first experience like Sora, I hope it was a good first impression. I actually think for a first case, is a very strong one, and I like the idea of where this story seems like it might be going, because 30-hour final case. Oh my god, I can't imagine a case that would be a record for this series. I feel like I don't even know what the longest case in Ace Attorney history is so far. But who knows? I mean, this game really just depends also how quickly you move through the logic sections, and there wasn't a whole lot of. How many streams would that even be? I don't. If every stream was 5 hours, it'd be 6 streams. But I don't plan on streaming this game at 5 hours a time every single time I stream it. I would feel that'd be a little excessive. It's definitely been a long time since I've had a 5-hour stream. I thought at worst I'd take this to a 4-hour stream at worst because I started early enough to be ahead of time, but no. So yeah, that's gonna be as we move forward in the game. I'll probably aim to keep the streams at probably, if I can, depending on how the writing goes, like a maximum of around 4 hours, depending on when I start said stream. I'm not going to stream until midnight, 2 a.m. every time. So I'm going to be aiming more for the 3 to 4 hour length moving forward. But like I said, I didn't know how long the first case would be, because first cases never truly last this long. And honestly, it's kind of like a book in a way, where I don't want to put it down. I didn't want to put it down either when I thought we were that close to the end. So, but yeah. I guess that's why these type of games usually make better Let's Plays than they do streams, but I don't know. And hopefully... Because Mel said something earlier, definitely I'm hoping a better impression than Danganronpa leaves. Because honestly, I don't have any problem with Danganronpa personally. I like Danganronpa, but this is a completely different kind of beast, and whatnot. So I hope, it was a good impression for some of you. So tomorrow's stream, depending on when we start, I might do something like Bug Fables again some more, or another one of those streams I gotta finish. I don't know. We'll see. I didn't fully plan things out. I've had a lot of stuff going on in personal life right now, so all I had planned was to do this. But maybe Bug Fables tomorrow or something. I'm not sure. We'll see. I'll have to look at what I've got going. But have a good night, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow for our stream and whatnot, and I hope you all had a good one. And if any of you are watching this in post later, I hope you also enjoyed it, because if it's gonna be around for a while, I hope anyone rewatching it in post that you enjoyed it well, because I would definitely recommend breaking it into installments. Also, kudos for Melts and Store for being here the whole time. I'm surprised. I was worried for as long as it was getting, I was gonna lose you guys. Have a good night, guys. I will see you in tomorrow night's stream. Bye-bye, everyone.